The time is upon us. Kairos has arrived. Morning, everybody. Here we are in Aristotelian Shock today, and we will be taking a look at two very, very important pieces of media that have come to us from antiquity to begin with, and then something a lot more recent, circa 2007 if I recall, but it will be the remastered version. Because I have not had the experience of it yet, and I'm looking forward to it. But here today, we will be examining the categories, and, alongside it, Bioshock 1 Remastered. For those of you who are unfamiliar with it, the categories and Aristotle's work is one of the things that I understand a lot of people are introduced to, insofar as his original pieces. Is things that have been passed to us, whether we know or not that they are the original compositions or they're something that are recompiled later, or rather that is recompiled later. But it is a foundational document not only for the general Western philosophy that we all utilize, even concurrently, for our metaphysics, our linguistics, our economics, even to a certain extent, as it is a trickle down of that. But also, Bioshock, which gave us a great deal of insight into the perhaps one of the furthest extremities of that extension of Western philosophy in its most base form, particularly as we come to it from Andrew Ryan. But I won't spoil any of those details too terribly far, in the introduction at least. Now, we will, of course, be reading through the entire categories, which is not an especially long one. Only a few dozen pages. Looks like it's probably about 50, I would say, of actual text to be read. But of course, Bioshock is a significantly larger game than mere 50 pages worth of reading. So we will perhaps, or perhaps not, depending on the attention and feedback that I get from you all, complete Bioshock, though we will, of course, naturally finish the entirety of the categories. And I have been rather excited to start on the latter, as well as the former, but especially the latter, as it will be the very first philosophic text that we will record here on the Threefold Manifold. That is the beginning of what I hope to be a long chain of things in addition, although you could argue the Art of War, despite its fundamental difficulties that I had working on it as my very first stream ever. We will come back to that, of course, but on the topic of philosophic text as a category, I hope to read that and many more, in addition to several historic texts which come bundled naturally with their own philosophy and the usually agglomeration of ideology, ranging from everything from the Communist Manifesto to Charles Sanders Peirce to Kant to Ayn Rand to even more contemporary works like Slavoj Žižek's, once I can get the rights to do so, if possible. And if not, of course, there's always the stuff for public domain, which is all of the inspiration for everything that inevitably comes thereafter. But it will be quite a journey ahead of us. And in the meantime, as far as housekeeping, once more, per the usual, we're looking at a very slim picking here. We are thankfully not boiling over anymore here in my neck of the woods, so we can have a bit more concision in what we're up to, and a little less ice that is mandatory for the maintenance of such a thing. So we'll be able to keep the sips to a more minimal quantity, but they will still, of course, transpire throughout. And I have been working on seeing about getting some more technical well, techniques for the actual applications of my audio and adjusting all the various filters and background substance that entails. So we may be able to get some even better audio quality out of it, and perhaps some less severe interruptions from things like vehicles and everything that pass by. But we shall see. The break from last week was also especially fruitful. I am fully caught up on all of the editing work, and now I'm only in need of flushing out more background stuff, like the shorts releases, getting their names and everything all assembled, and their release dates all put out. But aside from that, we can finally get to a lot of the more immediate tasks, and with the perpetuation of that routine coming into the future, we shouldn't be looking at any more large-scale issues in getting the actual content to you all as an audience, nor posted up on all the various platforms that we are segued into expanding. I have recently started to look at and set up accounts for BitChute and TikTok, so we may be looking at further options in the future, maybe getting them over to Odyssey or DTube. But not only will this help us in getting our content streams diversified, but also in getting all of the opportunities for people to enjoy and watch whatever is put out by the Threefold Manifold in order, keeping them up on what are effectively mirrors, and enabling people to enjoy at their leisure, at their own platforms of choice. But with that all being said, let us then get into Aristotelian Shock. And as I say, we will be looking first at... well, not that, that's for sure. We will be looking at... what you got there is a little preview of something that I was just talking about with a buddy in one of the Discord servers. So, sneak peek for everybody interested there. But we'll be looking at more to what we're interested in here. Aristotle's Categories, to begin with. We will perhaps be cutting this up by sections, as it is lineated out into 3. If that does not work out as the ideal way to divvy up this content, we will perhaps go with the flow of things, as sort of based upon where we feel the end of a chapter is most appropriate. And out of that, we then begin with the categories proper. The Categories by Aristotle. Translated by E.M. Egil. Translated by E.M. Egil. Section 1. Part 1. Things are said to be named equivocally. Things are said to be named equivocally. When they have a common name, the definition corresponding with the name differs for each. Things are said to be named equivocally when, though they have a common name, the definition corresponding with the name differs for each. Thus, a real man and a figure in a picture can both lay claim to the name animal, yet these are equivocally so named. For, though they have a common name, the definition corresponding with the name differs for each. Or should any one define in what sense each is an animal, his definition in the one case will be appropriate to that case only. On the other hand, things are said to be named univocally, when they both, which have both the name and the definition answering to the name in common. A man and an ox are both animal, and these are univocally so named, inasmuch as not only the name, but also the definition, is the same in both cases. Or if a man should state in what sense each is an animal, the statement in the one case would be identical with that in the other. Things are said to be named derivatively, which derive their name from some other name, but differ from it in termination. Thus, the grammarian derives his name from the word grammar, and the courageous man from the word courage. So Section 1, Part 1 here is giving us the foundational differentia. The base case, the prime axiom, you can think of it, for why there are differing semantics to any given set of words, any given set of vocabulary. And through that, we can begin to not only parse reality as it stands through a linguistic lens, through a subjective lens, which I do consider very much equivocal, to use the term that we have just discussed here, but also the epistemology, the account of how knowledge is gained and the nature thereof. In that, we start to have the tools and capacities to develop every other single science therefrom. For without linguistics and epistemology, which I consider tied at the hip, you can't have any understanding of reality proper, that is to say metaphysics, the physics, the state of affairs that are tangible, corporeal, non-formal, not subjective, an objective understanding of the nature of reality proper, or irreality if you consider yourself in some camp other than realism, naturally. Part 2. Forms of speech are either simple or composite. Examples of the latter are such expressions as the man runs, the man wins. Of the former, man, ox, runs, wins. Of things themselves, some are predicable of a subject, and are never present in a subject. Thus man is predicable of the individual man, and is never present in a subject. By being present in a subject, I do not mean present as parts are present in a whole, but being incapable of existence apart from the said subject. Some things, again, are present in a subject, but are never predicable of a subject. For instance, a certain point of grammatical knowledge is present in the mind, but is not predicable of any subject. Or again, a certain whiteness may be present in the body, for color requires a material basis, yet it is never predicable of anything. Other things, again, are both predicable of a subject and present in a subject. Thus, while knowledge is present in the human mind, it is predicable of grammar. There is, lastly, a class of things which are neither present in a subject nor predicable of a subject, such as the individual man or the individual horse. But, to speak more generally, that which is individual and has the character of a unit is never predicable of a subject. Yet in some cases there is nothing to prevent such being present in a subject. Thus a certain point of grammatical knowledge is present in a subject. So part 2 here is giving us the differentiation, the typing of predicability, and to use a more technical term, ousia, the essence of something. If any of you have paid any mind to my pieces like the last stream on dramatic calculus or the dawning of a trivium, where I have discussed the essences versus the constructions of something, the thingness, the quiddity, versus the quality, then you are familiar with the essence as an inseparable entity, as it was just discussed here in part 2, versus the quality, the thing inextricable from a given subject, as to use the terminology here, but one might call an object in the semantic sense, the referent, the signified, to look at it from semiotic perspective. This is making clear that while there are identities that may be said that are qualitative, something separable of a object, of an object, there are also things that may be said of an object, a referent, that are entirely separable, but they possess the quality of at the time. And the important point made here is that there are things that are both predicable and inseparable, that are essential and qualitative. Exemplifiable. Part 3. When one thing is predicated of another, all that which is predicable of the predicate will be predicable also of the subject. Thus, man is predicated of the individual man, but animal is predicated of man. It will therefore be predicable of the individual man also. For the individual man is both man and animal. If genera are different and coordinate, their differentiae are themselves different in kind. Take, as an instance, the genus animal and the genus knowledge. With feet, two-footed, winged, aquatic, are differentiae of animal. The species of knowledge are not distinguished by the same differentiae. One species of knowledge does not differ from another in being two-footed. But where one genus is subordinate to another, there is nothing to prevent their having the same differentiae. For the greater class is predicated of the lesser, so that all the differentiae of the predicate will be differentiae also of the subject. Introduced in Part 3 is the sets of notions of species, genre or genus, that's the plural versus the singular, and differentiae, a term you heard me use earlier, a little bit out of sequence, but illustrated here well. Differentiae, then, are the things that can be said to make something not equivocal or univocal. They are, as the word implies, differentiations, things that can be said which diverge rather than converge. And where there is a set of convergences, that is to say, we can make some statement of universals versus existentials, the generalities rather than the particularities, there are two different types of universals. There is the species and the genre. And as we can see in the part here, the genus is the highest universal. It is what lower universals can be nested into. Set theory goes into this very well. It describes a superset, a set of sets you can think of as the genre, and then you can have subsets, smaller sets that are the species of a genre. This also goes well into taxonomy and philology for both the categorization of biological morphologies and functions, as well as the categorization of the morphologies and functions of words. That is very much the crux of everything here. Predicability. The statement of universals or existentials about a subject as it is used here, but from the semantic lens, again, a referent or object, depending on what you want to utilize here. They both have the same referent anyway. Part 4. Expressions which are in no way composite signify substance, quantity, quality, relation, place, time, position, state, action, or affection. To sketch my meaning roughly, examples of substance are man, or the horse, of quantity, such terms as 2 cubits long, or 3 cubits long. Of quality, such attributes as white, grammatical. Double half greater fall under the category of relation. In the marketplace, in the lyceum, under that of place. Yesterday, last year, under that of time. Lying, sitting, are terms indicating position. Shod, armed, state. To lance, to cauterize. Action. To be lanced, to be cauterized. Affection. No one of these terms, in and by itself, involves an affirmation. It is by the combination of such terms that positive or negative statements arise. For every assertion must, as is admitted, be either true or false, whereas expressions which are not in any way composite, such as man, white, runs, wins, cannot be either true or false. These are the foundational points of not only the linguistics, as we were talking about earlier, but also the logic and the recognition of metaphysics. That's a lot to roll into a simple 2 paragraphs, but it really is that significant. In stating that there is substance, quantity, quality, relation, place, time, position, state, action, or affection, we produce the ultimate universals of identity and causality. Something you know, if you keep up with me, that are very, very, very important to any outlook that is rational, reasoned, inferred, deductively, inductively, or abductively. It is setting forth the absolute genres of being, ontos, ontology, what is, the differentiation of substances, and what occurs within or upon those substances. And it makes a very, very clear point in the realm of logic. That is the appropriate utilization of such inferential tools in a formulaic fashion. That if you say, for instance, apple, we'll shorthand that, we'll let that be A. A, on its own, means nothing. It has no true or false value. It is not a statement of what is happening or what isn't happening, what these substances are transpiring along through. It simply is a statement of a substance. Only when these come together, and if we take this from the abstraction of logic to the actual physical room, space that we inhabit, you can understand a bit more tangibly, corporeally, concretely, that only when these substances interface properly is there some statement of true, as we may derive it logically, or false. That is to say, something that is, or something that is not. The reality versus the unreality. Following through this, you can perhaps see how logic in and of itself is foundational to the epistemology, the capacity to know, or at least a model of knowing, for any single conscious being. Part 5. Well, let's actually check the site real quick. Nope, all looks good. Part 5. Substance, in the truest and primary and most definite sense of the word, is that which is neither predicable of a subject, nor present in a subject. For instance, the individual man or horse. But in a secondary sense, those things are called substances within which, as species, the primary substances are included. Also those which, as genre, include the species. For instance, the individual man is included in the species man, and the genus to which the species belongs is animal. These, therefore, that is to say, the species man and the genus animal, are termed secondary substances. It is plain from what has been said that both the name and the definition of the predicate must be predicable of the subject. For instance, man is predicated of the individual man. Now in this case, the name of the species man is applied to the individual, for we use the term man in describing the individual, and the definition of man will also be predicated of the individual man, for the individual man is both man and animal. Thus, both the name and the definition of the species are predicable of the individual. With regard, on the other hand, to those things which are present in a subject, it is generally the case that neither their name nor their definition is predicable of that which they are present, of that in which they are present. Though, however, the definition is never predicable, there is nothing in certain cases to prevent the name being used. For instance, white, being present in a body, is predicated of that in which it is present, for a body is called white. The definition, however, of the color white is never predicable of the body. Everything except primary substances is either predicable of a primary substance or present in a primary substance. This becomes evident by reference to particular instances which occur. Animal is predicated of the species man, therefore of the individual man. Or if there were no individual man of whom it could be predicated, it could not be predicated of the species man at all. Again, color is present in body, therefore in individual bodies, for if there were no individual body in which it was present, it could not be present in body at all. Thus, everything except primary substances is either predicated of primary substances or is present in them. And if these last did not exist, it would be impossible for anything else to exist. Of secondary substances, the species is more truly substance than the genus, being more nearly related to primary substance. For if any one should render an account of what a primary substance is, he would render a more instructive account, and one more proper to the subject, by stating the species than by stating the genus. Thus, he would give a more instructive account of an individual by stating that he was a man than by stating that he was an animal, for the former description is too peculiar to the individual in a greater degree, while the latter is too general. Again, the man who gives an account of the nature of an individual tree will give a more instructive account by mentioning the species tree than by mentioning the genus plant. Moreover, primary substances are most properly called substances in virtue of the fact that they are the entities which underlie everything else, and that everything else is either predicated of them or present in them. Now, the same relation which subsists between primary substance and everything else subsists also between the species and the genus, for the species is to the genus as subject is to predicate, since the genus is predicated of the species, whereas the species cannot be predicated of the genus. Thus we have a second ground for asserting that the species is more truly substance than the genus. Of species themselves, except in the case of such as are genera, no one is more truly substance than another. We should not give a more appropriate account of the individual man by stating the species to which he belonged, than we should of an individual horse by adopting the same method of definition. In the same way, of primary substances, no one is more truly substance than another. An individual man is not more truly substance than an individual ox. It is, then, with good reason, that of all that remains, when we exclude primary substances, we concede to species and genre alone the name secondary substance. For these alone, of all the predicates, convey a knowledge of primary substance. For it is by stating the species or the genus that we appropriately define any individual man, and we shall make our definition more exact by stating the former than by stating the latter. All other things that we state, such as that he is white, that he runs, and so on, are irrelevant to the definition. Thus, it is just that these alone, apart from primary substances, should be called substances. Further, primary substances are most properly so called, because they underlie and are the subjects of everything else. Now, the same relation that subsists between primary substance and everything else subsists also between the species and the genus to which the primary substance belongs, on the one hand, and every attribute which is not included within these, on the other. For these are the subjects of all such. If we call an individual man skilled in grammar, the predicate is applicable also to the species and to the genus to which he belongs. This law holds good in all cases. It is a common characteristic of all substance that it is never present in a subject. For primary substance is neither present in a subject nor predicated of a subject, while with regards to secondary substances, it is clear from the following arguments, apart from others, that they are not present in a subject. For man is predicated of the individual man, but is not present in any subject. For manhood is not present in the individual man. In the same way, animal is also predicated of the individual man, but is not present in him. Again, when a thing is present in a subject, though the name may quite well be applied to that in which it is present, the definition cannot be applied. Yet, of secondary substances, not only the name, but also the definition applies to the subject. We should use both the definition of the species and that of the genus with reference to the individual man. Thus, substance cannot be present in a subject. Yet this is not peculiar to substance, for it is also the case that differentiae cannot be present in subjects. The characteristics terrestrial and two-footed are predicated of the species man, but not present in it. For they are not in man. Moreover, the definition of the differentia may be predicated of that of which the differentia itself is predicated. For instance, if the characteristic terrestrial is predicated of the species man, the definition also of that characteristic may be used to form the predicate of the species man, for man is terrestrial. The fact that the parts of substances appear to be present in the whole, as in a subject, should not make us apprehensive, lest we should have to admit that such parts are not substances. For in explaining the phrase, being present in a subject, we stated that we meant otherwise than as parts in a whole. Lost my place here. There we go. It is the mark of substances and of differentiae that, in all propositions of which they form the predicate, they are predicated univocally. For all such propositions have their subject either the individual or the species. It is true that, inasmuch as primary substance is not predicable of anything, it can never form the predicate of any proposition. But of secondary substances, the species is predicated of the individual. The genus both of the species and of the individual. Similarly, the differentiae are predicated of the species and of the individuals. Moreover, the definition of the species and that of the genus are applicable to the primary substance, and that of the genus to the species. For all that is predicated of the predicate will be predicated also of the subject. Similarly, the definition of the differentiae will be applicable to the species and to the individuals. But it was stated above that the word univocal was applied to those things, which had both name and definition in common. It is, therefore, established that in every proposition of which either substance or a differentia forms the predicate, these are predicated univocally. All substance appears to signify that which is individual. In the case of primary substance, this is indisputably true, for the thing is a unit. In the case of secondary substances, when we speak, for instance, of man or animal, our form of speech gives the impression that we are here also indicating that which is individual. But the impression is not strictly true, for a secondary substance is not an individual, but a class with a certain qualification. For it is not one and single as a primary substance. The words man, animal, are predicable of more than one subject. Yet species and genus do not merely indicate quality, like the term white. White indicates quality and nothing further. But species and genus determine the quality with reference to a substance. They signify substance qualitatively differentiated. The determinate qualification covers a larger field in the case of the genus than in that of the species. I believe that's a mistype. The determinate qualification covers a larger field in the case of the genus than in that of the species. He who uses the word animal is herein using a word of wider extension than he who uses the word man. Another mark of substance is that it has no contrary. What could be contrary of any primary substance, such as the individual man or animal? It has none. Nor can the species or the genus have a contrary. Yet this characteristic is not peculiar to substance, but is true of many other things, such as quantity. There is nothing that forms the contrary of 2 cubits long, or of 3 cubits long, or of 10, or of any such term. A man may contend that much is the contrary of little, or great of small, but of definite quantitative terms, no contrary exists. Substance, again, does not appear to admit of variation of degree. I do not mean by this that one substance cannot be more or less truly substance than another, for it has already been stated that this is the case, but that no single substance admits of varying degrees within itself. For instance, one particular substance, man, cannot be more or less either than himself, cannot be more or less man, either than himself at some other time, or than some other man. One man cannot be more man than another, as that which is white may be more or less white than some other white object, or as that which is beautiful may be more or less beautiful than some other beautiful object. The same quality, moreover, is said to subsist in a thing in varying degrees, at different times. A body, being white, is said to be whiter at one time than it was before, or being warm is said to be warmer or less warm than at some other time. But substance is not said to be more or less that which it is. A man is not more truly a man at one time than he was before, nor is anything, if it is substance, more or less what it is, more or less what it is. Substance, then, does not admit of variation of degree. The most distinctive mark of substance appears to be that, while remaining numerically one and the same, it is capable of admitting contrary qualities. From among things other than substance, we should find ourselves unable to bring forward any which possessed this mark. Thus, one and the same color cannot be white and black, nor can the same one action be good and bad. This law holds good for everything that is not substance. But one and the selfsame substance, while retaining its identity, is yet capable of admitting contrary qualities. The same individual person is at one time white, at another black, at one time warm, at another cold, at one time good, at another bad. This capacity is found nowhere else, though it might be maintained that a statement or opinion was an exception to the rule. The same statement, it is agreed, can both be true and false. For if the statement "he is sitting" is true, yet, when the person in question has risen, the same statement will be false. The same applies to opinions. For if anyone thinks truly that a person is sitting, yet, when the person has risen, this same opinion, if still held, will be false. Yet although this exception may be allowed, there is, nevertheless, a difference in the manner in which the thing takes place. It is by themselves changing that substances admit contrary qualities. It is thus that which was hot. It is thus that another mistype. It is thus that which was hot becomes cold, for it has entered into a different state. Similarly, that which was white becomes black, and that which was bad, good, by a process of change. And in the same way, in all other cases, it is by changing that substances are capable of admitting contrary qualities. But statements and opinions themselves remain unaltered in all respects. It is by the alteration in the facts of the case that the contrary quality comes to be theirs. The statement "he is sitting" remains unaltered, but it is at one time true, at another false, according to circumstances. What has been said of statements applies also to opinions. Thus, in respect of the manner in which the thing takes place, it is the peculiar mark of substance that it should be capable of admitting contrary qualities, for it is by itself changing that it does so. If then a man should make this exception and contend that statements and opinions are capable of admitting contrary qualities, his contention is unsound. For statements and opinions are said to have this capacity, not because they themselves undergo modification, but because this modification occurs in the case of something else. The truth or falsity of a statement depends on facts, and not on any power on the part of the statement itself of admitting contrary qualities. In short, there is nothing which can alter the nature of statements and opinions. As, then, no change takes place in themselves, these cannot be said to be capable of admitting contrary qualities. but it is by reason of the modification which takes place within the substance itself that a substance is said to be capable of admitting contrary qualities. For a substance admits within itself either disease or health, whiteness or blackness. It is in this sense that it is said to be capable of admitting contrary. It is in this sense that it is said to be capable of admitting contrary qualities. To sum up, it is a distinctive mark of substance that, while remaining numerically one and the same, it is capable of admitting contrary qualities, the modification taking place through a change in the substance itself. In the substance itself. Let these remarks suffice on the subject of substance. Part 5 was a lot. Part 5 established a number of things and reaffirmed a great number of previous points, too. So to begin with, it makes clear the hierarchic nature of substance, differentiae, genus, and species. It makes clear that these then are divided by admissions. And admission here, or admittance, to admit, is used to say that it allows it to happen. It has the capacity for it, or to reference some other point in Aristotle's work. It has the potential, the potentiality to have a thing. In the case of substance here, that is, that it may have qualities, while in and of itself not being... Let me rephrase that. He lays forth that substances, while they themselves have nothing that can contradict them, there is nothing opposite of a given substance. The qualities that may be predicated of them by differentiae may, as he puts examples forth here, whiteness and blackness. You can't have white and black. You can't have white and black as two separate colors, differentiated colors, that are their own separate substances in the same thing. That is to say, essential things, substances, have no opposite, while the accidents, the things that may be about those substances, but are not in and of the substances themselves, may contrast. And furthermore, that while these have the property, while they are the identical elements, no single substance is outside of a primary. It is a part of a whole. The inverse, in many people's opinion and mine as well, of set theory is the mereologic, that there is a part-whole relationship rather than a whole-part relationship. In that, while we do not witness primary substances in and of themselves, the formal essences, we encounter in individuals, parts rather than wholes, all of those secondary substances, the instances thereof. And now I do need to quickly take a break here. After that, now that we have gone over a great deal of the book itself, and have, in fact, almost made it halfway through. Come back to Bioshock, play that for a good little while, and then we'll get back to it. Probably finish it out here on this very stream. See you soon. It's always a good feeling to come back center frame. That was a very quick, very speedy recess, and now we get back to it. In the interim, I did see that we had a fantastic message here from Egg. Are we having fun, Bald Man? Yes, this substance, this secondary substance of Bold and Man, or this secondary substance of man, with the quality of being bold, is in fact having what could be predicated as the substance or the secondary substance of fun. It has been a good time, a good chat, a good back and forth. Looking at the foundations of our, well, frankly, everything of the West as I know it, I can't, of course, speak to much Eastern philosophy and their specific worldview, but of course, humans are humans and knowledge propagates, so not to say that the East does not, at least fundamentally, recognize some of the same things, though I can't speak to the exactitudes of it, as I say. This is rather like the blueprint for all Western philosophy moving forward. Even as we have modified it, it is exciting, to put it mildly, to be able to not only read it out here, but also have my work be pulled into the legacy of this material. Truly, my voice is not cooperative today. Truly, an excellent thing. Speaking of, we now move on and over to Bioshock. Which, let me tell you, it is not an easy matter to get this recording working properly. I'm not sure what sort of devilish space magic is going on that makes it so difficult. But I have to come over here modify the actual recording itself, the little instance in OBS, and then hope that it pops back up as you see here. Like the issues with Hotline Miami, where it just didn't record the audio, but not only does it not record the audio at all, it just doesn't record the video either, which is wild. Not sure what that's all about. But let us pause here for a second. And what makes it so odd is that it only happens so whenever I change the windows, the actual scenes over here in OBS. Wow. But such as you do. So, we have skipped through the, like, corporate stuff that flashes across the screen in the intro. I don't think people are terribly worried about all of that. But we will be watching all of the cutscenes and starting new. For Bioshock, I played it very, 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 very shortly for a little span of time in, like, 2 years ago time frame. So this will be largely an entirely new experience for me. I do not recall most of the original content since it was a very peculiar point in my life, but we shall be engaging with it effectively as a fresh run for me anyway, just now. Ah, how about that? I should probably set... Oh no. Is that coming through my headphones? No, that is in fact coming through my speakers. That's unusual. I have everything set to my headphones. That is so strange. I'll turn my external speakers off, and that shouldn't affect you guys at all. I see that it is still recording it here, so we will nonetheless be able to carry on. Now, I'll have this up a little bit, I think. Doesn't seem to make a difference. But I'll have this bumped up a little bit because I understand the compression does rather darken things for YouTube, and naturally it'll get even more compressed as we go to put it on other platforms, so we'll keep it rather bright. And let's see. I'll go for hard because I don't want to make you all suffer. But I also want a challenge. Leaks, lunatics, rebellion, now bleeding ghosts? Now bleeding ghosts? Ain't life in Rapture grand. 1960, Mid-Atlantic.
They told me, son, you're special. You were born to do great things.
Why did it stop recording?
You know what?
Oh man, that's dreadful. Come on now. Work with me here. Tricky. And why? My recording set so... But it's just not doing it. How about that? Well, I suppose it keeps in theme with the channel at least. I don't know what it is, but OBS and a lot of Steam games really do not get along. I know for a fact, as you all just witnessed, that it is very, very playable and recordable, as we saw. Yet it continues to develop issues. But we're back. Let's try and record then. Sure, the boys in Ryan's labs can make it hack-proof, but that don't mean we ain't gotta hack it. And stop to me again. My oh my. Let's try our other window capture and see how that does. I think what's happening here is that it pops open a new window, or maybe it's just for the FMVs, which would be wild. We can record the desktop anyway. Let's see about doing that instead. As the one opportunity that we do have. I'll close that game. I don't want to continue playing out the intro scene. Then we'll come over, do a desktop capture. Now, I have to be careful about this because, of course, I have things lying in wait that I don't want you all to see, and the technical documents for everything. So, how does that do? And that has closed, of course. Desktop, desktop, desktop. Stretch to fit. And whole desk. Now, will it record the audio is the question.
They told me.
Looks like it. Alright, we're in business.
You were born to do great things. You know what? They were right.
Ooh, and the slow corrosion, too. Nigh to a close shave there. Oh my god. Now, some of you might already know I'm something of a simp for old graphics. I just love water ripples like this. Even if they've got a little polygonal surface. Oh, there's just something. Not that way, I guess. Now, as I say, for those of you who may be joining us in the immediate, I am going into this blind, so do forgive any noob behavior on my part. You can go if it's going to be in this. Maybe something will get me like it's Jack and Daxter. No, they actually do let you. Ah. Skybox too. Static. It's still pretty. Oh, wait, can I get? is not into. About that far, I suppose. Circular, or it's a square bounding box. Uh-huh. Yeah, I know that you're hurt, fellow. Jank. You'll be okay. Especially whenever we get our not-step bags. Someone's behind me for a second. That's fine. And art they go everywhere. What we got here? In what country is there a place for people like me? Andrew Ryan. No gods or kings, only men. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I can't wait to see what you have in store for me. Oh. Industry. Art. We have over here is our third pillar. Art. And science. All that you need for a good salad. Down and down and down. Depths abound. Fire at your fingertips. Incinerate. Plasmids by Ryan Industries.
I am Andrew Ryan, and I'm here to ask you a question. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? No, says the man in Washington, it belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican, it belongs to God. No, says the man in Moscow, it belongs to everyone. I rejected those answers. Instead, I chose something different. I chose the impossible. I chose Rapture. City where the artist would not fear the censor, where the scientist would not be bound by petty morality, where the great would not be constrained by the small. With the sweat of your brow, Rapture can become your city as well.
And what a beautiful kingdom it is. But as with all beautiful kingdoms, one must recognize that it is only so beautiful to that who built it. For those that dwell in such a thing, it simply is what it is. Stone and lattice, iron and lead. The substance in which they dwell.
Spear's coming up now! Johnny, security, Swang and all fall over. Get a move on!
Oh, no trespassing? Sorry, I'll go back. Yikes. That is a thin-walled vessel that it can be taken down by seconds. Well, that's no way back, I dare say. Radio, you say.
I don't know how you survived that plane crash, but I've never been one to question Providence. I'm Atlas, and I aim to keep you alive. Now keep on moving. We're gonna have to get you to higher ground.
Higher ground in a city sunken.
Breath and step out of the bathysphere. I won't leave you twisting in the wind.
You know, I always trust an Irish fellow who's here to, who says he's here to help me.
We're gonna need to draw her out of hiding, but you're gonna have to trust me.
I gotta just say for a moment. That this is some brilliant modeling. And you know, Egg, that's a good question. Do I get to play as a suspicious bald man in this game? No! Regrettably. As we should have the option in all games, I think. But, instead, we play as a fuck named Jank. Light chamber. You are killed by the hostile denizens of Rapture. You will be revived live and whole at the last Vita chamber you passed. Some of your health will be restored, and you will always have at least a small amount of EVE. Vita chambers work automatically. There is no need to use or activate them. Boy howdy, am I glad that I don't need to manually activate my resuscitation inator. That would be rather a difficult task, I dare say. I hope that some of you at least have your speakers turned up or headphones on so that you can hear that. And the city. Oh, there's a face for a second. You know, I do believe that this is perhaps modeled directly after the central stations of Metros. Not your property. Let it end. Let us ascend. Ryan doesn't want this. Attention. All bathysphere travel is now denied. Rapture is dead. Those are rather some declarative statements. Clearly, people were not terribly in high spirits about this whole thing. Sign you? Oh, we're seeing this right here. Puts the nail in that coffin, doesn't it?
Just a bit border. How do you like that, mister? Now, would you kindly find a crowbar or something? Bloody splicer, seal Johnny in before they... Goddamn splicers.
I agree. I, too, have a distaste for the spice. Can I swing with it? Left click isn't doing a bloody thing for me. Can't seem to get through here.
All I want to do is meet someone. But this fucking place is poison.
Press blank to swing my wrench. I'd find that rather difficult, admittedly. Now, I did swap these around to better fit my tastes. Huh. Suppose I might have, accidentally clicked that by chance. Oh, yeah. That's that old school jank. Oh, nothing quite like that. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not what I want to be couched in.
I found you that way.
Is that so? No way to block, is there? Guess it's a kiting game.
My daddy's smarter than Einstein, stronger than Hercules, and like a fire with a snap of his finger. Aren't you as good as
I believe it.
my daddy, mister?
And I was right.
You don't
Rapture
visit the
Metro.
gatherer's garden, you aren't. Smart daddies get placed at the garden.
Ah, yes. The most Oxford thing you can have, a pack of smokes. Radio, what a floor show every night. Eco time. Tea off for favors? Is that what that says? So it is. Our health ain't too low. Try and save that syringe. My favorite brand is always gotta be Trash Can Crisps. There's something that just makes, at least me, stare out the window for a long while. I'm seeing such wonder in some things. I wonder what kind of material this is. Surely not glass that's able to withstand all of the pressure, too. Then again, I suppose submersibles do get away with it. On the bottom of the floor?
My daddy's smarter than Einstein, stronger than Hercules, and like a fire with a snap of his finger. Aren't you as good as my daddy, mister? Not if you don't visit the gatherer's garden, you aren't.
Open
Smart daddies
plasmas.
get placed at the garden.
Let's see. No kidding. Ah, yes, a mysterious syringe. Yoink!
Steady now. Your genetic code is being rewritten. Just hold on. And
With the
everything
dark
will be
side of the
fine.
force, dude. Shocking.
This little fish looks like he just had his cherry popped. Wonder if he's still got some Adam on him.
Asking about Adam. What high men concerned about cherry popping?
You're a weak chopper. This little fish ain't worth towing it with no big daddy. Yellow, always have been. You'll be no better off with a metal daddy, little fish. See you floating around.
A metal daddy. Here for it. Hey, thank you, Egg. Ah, 60 subs indeed. Phenomenal. Well, thank you for all newcomers. Genuinely, sincerely. I might be Egg. At least as good.
I can see light coming from his belly. Wait a minute. He's still breathing. It's
That's the
all right.
light bulbs that I
I
saw.
know
Kid,
he'll
don't
be
worry
an
about it.
angel soon.
Well, I know I've got great hair and bounteous features,
All right, boyo.
but an angel. Thank you very much.
But there's nothing like a fistful of lightning now, is there?
I agree. Lightning Fist is good. I'll take a fist of lightning every day. Wait a minute. Trash to rifle? Of course, always good. Now, I believe I had tabs set up. Get us, quick swap. I wonder if we will upgrade through getting more of these. If they require specific plasmids. Alright. Whatcha! Gotta get back. Oh. That's a bad sound. What a wet and wild time. Funny, I was talking about that glass earlier. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Lucky. Lucky that. What a sweet sense. That's definitely a corpse. So you're telling me I can find all manner of things to patch myself up with, stuff in my gullet, and smack people or shoot people with in time, I suspect. Can do, boss. But all in all, I can't find a torch or a headlamp. Ah, I should have called.
I can control myself. Ah! Come on,
That's so cheap. I bet you do. Man, they are stout.
I know you're here, and I'm itching for a fight. I didn't mean to hurt anyone.
Kite! Kite! Flying on a string. I can't help but drool at this. Just even something as simple as your respawn. I should probably take a look at that, actually. That they integrate respawning not simply as, well, you fucking died, time to get good again or face the same fate, as dropping down into the environment, but actually having a real mechanism, like some other games have, yes, like Borderlands, and that immediately comes to mind. They put a reason in the game for your respawn. Now, obviously, while that doesn't work for every single story, where you can fit it in, I think it's a very good device. And let's save. Damn.
Tell Ryan I'm sorry. I won't do it again. No, please, don't do that.
I've seen some better videos.
I'm not a bad person.
Thanks for letting me
You
know.
want some of this?
No, I'll let you handle it.
We were just getting started.
No, go on. Man, that's a pit range. Gotta get used to the tempo. What was I thinking of? One lines. Simple as Celsius. Well, that's not. Okay, well, how am I supposed to go? It's not taking me up. Surely it's not a puff of smoke over here. Pardon our dust. I think we can make that happen. Ah, I see. It had to be wet first before it would take me up.
Listen, I've got a family. I need to get them out of here. But the splicers have cut me off from them. If you can reach them in Neptune's bounty, then maybe, just maybe... I know you must feel like the unluckiest man in the world right now. But you're the only hope I'll ever see my wife and child again. Go to Neptune's bounty. Find my family, please.
You are the only one. No one will dare to sing his song. Hush now. Mom's gone. And Daddy too. Wait. This is happening before and none. Why aren't you here? Why is it today and not then when you were warm and sweet? Why can't Mommy hold you to her breast and feel your teeth? Oh, no. No, 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 no.
Well, you see, the contrary quality of life, my friend, is upon ye. Death. Aha!
Plasma's changed everything. They destroyed our bodies, our minds. We couldn't handle it. Best friends butchering one another. Babies strangled in cribs. The whole city went to hell.
So I see. Also, delightful revolver. Kind of gives me like a Webley revolver vibe. Not exactly, of course, but very... I mean, the lines are very close, actually. Maybe it is based on such. Beautiful, beautiful piece of equipment. I wish I owned one. I may very well someday, if only I can get it chambered in something else. By the way, put that in like 45 cold sometimes. We have here? A little shrine? This whole arrangement is something I'm always more than pleased to see out of game devs. Having an environmental element tell a bit of story, that's what we live for around here. Now, what's it actually say? Just trample these real quick. In loving memory of Winston Hoffman. Rather resembles Andrew Ryan, though, does he not? I do wonder if that's a reference to somebody. The great chain is guided by our hand, to then have underneath that the great chain. It's rather telling, I think. An interesting notion. To take it all seriously here for a moment. Hopefully we don't immediately get pushed into another scene or interaction. But the idea of simply seizing fate by its horns. While it is something that many throughout all history have always striven for, that is the eternal conflict of humankind against its status quo. To advantage ourselves with what we may understand, what we may know. Our episteme, our grasp of all things scientific, technic, all things that are employable. And to put it to our own uses, to shift the footing that we stand upon, that it may change the ground right beneath it. That is our task. And though there are many a grand thing here, in fact, as displayed most poignantly by the fact that our now perished splicer, in great and grim dourness, melancholy, and depression, was cuddling and deliriously holding in highest regard this very pistol. It speaks to the terrible, dreadful fates that we can render ourselves in from that very pursuit. Ah, more trash. Yo, that was some thick doors, though, to fit in such a small gap. Are you telling me that's the kind of lifestyle to live by? That is definitely a trash game. We should be able to do that. It would appear so. I am not going to risk that, though. In fact, I'm going to save. I'm so glad that I never went through that. I'm glad to know that Jack is not above getting rip-roared and blasted in such dire circumstances. Ring-a-ding-ding. Come on, buddy, pick up.
Yo, open up!
That's what I'm saying.
Last time, I warned ya.
Sorry, this is my phone booth, friend. I guess that's that. But they did leave us some keys. There's no news. What's that? Ah, the sprayer. Sucks to suck, man.
Hey, Brenda, you care to tell me why you've had a hole in the wall the size of Plymouth Rock coming out of your crapper going on 3 weeks now? Nah, I ain't saying I'm Shakespeare. I'm trying to run a respectable theater. I got working folk coming in from Port Neptune trying to catch a little diversion. And all they can think about is the state coming out of your shitter. Get it fixed.
He makes a good point. What were you doing in there? Wait a minute. That's a bloody huge flashlight. What? What do we have this for then? Ah! Alright, whatever. You know what? The vibe is worth the trade. These are some powerful rounds. I'm glad they actually reflected that. From what I know... Pardon me? Okie doke. From what I know, the Webley round is specific to itself. Proprietary to Webley. And it was not regarded as especially powerful. So that does make it rather curious that it is so effective. But maybe I just got great shot placement.
Last time.
Careful now. Would you kindly lower that weapon for a minute?
I guess I kindly will.
You open up!
That's one way to make angels.
Last time. One chance.
You think that's a child down there? Don't be fooled. She's a little sister now. Somebody went and turned a sweet baby girl into a monster. Whatever you thought about right and wrong on the surface, well, that don't count for much down in Rapture. Those little sisters, they carry Adam, the genetic material that keeps the wheels of Rapture turning. Everybody wants it, everybody needs it.
That's rough, buddy. Now, I'm not entirely unfamiliar with at least the base concepts of Rapture. I understand they have some sort of implant? A creature? Oh, you're about to get reamed, friend. Oh! Just plunked her right in the ground. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna do it. Man tried to say sorry after plunking a little girl into the ground. Yeah, you got your dues. Thanks. Well-deserved death. And 5 pistol rounds that I can take. Thank you. Gonna have to get used to that inventory swap. Happy chappy. I feel like these weren't placed here just by coincidence. That's hilarious. What do we got here? Come bite the apple. Eve's garden. What's that say? Oh, what plaza? Sure would be nice if I had a torch. At Poseidon's Plaza. Alright. Oh! You have a gun too! You know, I can understand why you're cackling maniacally. These rounds went from uber effective to not doing very much, I gotta be honest.
Here now! Stop wasting my time, you horrid monster! Clean it up!
Alright, now I definitely hit that one. Where's our... Oh. Glad we got that ammo. I'm gonna need it with how beefy these folks are. That did it. I hear you down there. I'm gonna find you.
They talk. Yes, they've got nothing to offer society. Just more mouths to feed.
What a fitting outlook for this place. Alright, cool. I'm mighty concerned we might have to face one of those, big metal daddies. Any peeking behind the curtain? Not a chance. At least we got some stuff out of here. Good. Alright. Moving forward then.
If you spot a splicer in the water, hit him with the electrobolt.
Where are you going?
Maybe it was shot placement that was knocking him down so good earlier. Duly noted. Man, they actually knocked out one of them? That's insane. This has big arena vibes written all over it. I'm waiting on it. Alright, what we're looking at here. Shine shoes, do you? Well, do you stitch wounds?
Security alert in progress.
Oh! Ah, I thought so. Well, that's not good. Perish. Perish. That's not good.
Come on, get up. What's the matter with you? I'm just kidding around.
Yikes. That's our first death. I was not prepared for that. Ah, and no ammo. Now that's a good way to introduce the... Whoop. The fragility that one may have. That's what I thought. Really? That's so?
Ryan, found him. They shut off access to Neptune. There's another way to get there. Head to medical. What are you waiting for? Go!
That's tough, lad. Waiting? Never. Scrounging, however, always. Let's see what we got here. Oh! I was not anticipating for there to be... Wow, someone clearly has some issues there. Not an ounce of privacy. None to be had. Now that is an ill-kept shitter. Okay. So now... Oh, trash can. Ah. Security. There's no way to get past that, is there? I don't think so. I might be able to shock it, but I don't think it's worth the experimentation. And save. And sip. And now, take a rip. Well, do I need medical attention?
Oh, Christ! You're trapped! Gonna try to override the exit from here!
That's fine. I could absolutely subsist on ceramic tiles for a while.
So tell me, friend, which one of the bitches sent to you? The KGB wolf or the CIA jackal? Here's the news. Rapture isn't some sunken ship for you to plunder. And Andrew Ryan isn't a giddy socialite who can be slapped around by government muscle. And with that, farewell.
Thank you for getting both sides of the globe. This is gonna be a toughie. Right in time. Will they actually break through, I wonder? I'm not seeing any more damage rendered on that glass. I don't think they can. Try your best. You also got a grating to go through, and none of you are Big Daddies. Oh? Did it automatically advance us? Surgery. So it did. Chapter advanced. Alright. Let's go.
Andrew Ryan, the bloody king of Rapture. Now find your way to emergency access.
Welcome to the Circus of Values. Yeah, that's a value right there. Good God, that's expensive. I hope that was actually worthwhile. I'll take their word for it.
Dr. Steinman said he'd release me today. Ryan didn't come to see me since the New Year's attack, not once. But Dr. Steinman was very attentive. He told me that once the scar tissue was gone, he was gonna fix me right up, make me prettier than any girl I've ever seen. He's sweet, all right. And so interested in my case.
Nothing wholesome survives this place from the scene of it. And on that note, I hope that is not her. What interesting worries for a place like this. But to the matter at hand, from what we just witnessed, there is evidently a tremendous amount of investment that is given to the arts, the sciences, and industries.
Oh, darling, 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 you shouldn't have.
Then I won't. But in the face of such opportunity, am I just sitting on a ton? Oh. Oh! How about that? There is the reality that such unbridled freedom will inevitably land in the hands of people who don't end up being good actors. And in that, we witness such wonderful terrors as we have displayed in this game. Ah, first aid is F. There we go. Just what I needed. Okay, now where do I go? Oh, well, that puts a very nice graphic on there. That's what I'm looking for. That's the light chamber. Perhaps I can bust through. Oh! Ah, yes. classic type game. Easy as. Go. Very. It's as if Claptrap were given wings. Same sound, even.
You call that tenderloin? If you serve that in any respectable hotel in New York, you won't be. Keep away from my face!
Yeah, I'll back out over. Are they fighting each other? That'll do it.
Adam and Ryan. All those years of study. Was I ever truly a surgeon before I met them? How we plinked away with our scalpels and toy morality. Yes, we could lop a boil here and shave down a beak there, but could we really change anything? No. But Adam gives us the means to do it. And Ryan frees us from the phony ethics that held us back. Change your look, change your sex, change your race. It's yours to change. Nobody else's.
And that rather bleeds into the point I was making earlier. With unbridled freedom comes unbridled opportunity, unbridled potential, as we understand, especially in reference to the Aristotelian sense previously. And once you are able to subvert a certain degree of substance, of fixation, the permanency of substances, per what we were saying in the categories even, let alone any further developments as we've come along into the various sciences, from the ontologic aspect, sex, face, body, life as a whole. That means that someone will inevitably take the opportunity to seize, take the chance to seize. Someone will take the chance to seize said potential, as is our human nature. The great chain indeed is something that we are able to tug upon. So then it is at the behest of all who now live in a world rich with such additional potential that we must be good stewards thereof. If you don't, then you end up with something a little bit like this.
If you want to use the emergency access, you'll be needing Dr. Stoyman's key. He's the one that runs this place. But I don't expect him to hand it to you out of the milk of human kindness. Stoyman ain't that kind. And frankly, I'm not even sure he's still human.
A good question to the subject of substance. Once you accrue enough differentiate, are you even human anymore? Did I just get shot? I think I did by my own security bot. Oof. Oh. Did I just hear a Wilhelm scream? How did you get through there? Ah, I guess it's not all glass. It doesn't open up down there, does it?
He's off again. I
How'd you get over here then? Ah, so it did open. In that case, it might be time for a Tommy gun. That is the quietest Tommy gun I've ever heard. And let's give that another go. Let our bot doesn't go away. Of our previous life. Oh. Not yet, my friend. We have more to explore. Wrong way. Back? Or no? Scheiße. It's for you. And open over if we can get some. We get one that goes right, please, please. Alright. Very cool. Now back to where we were. This one. That's what we were doing before. Oh! Did my bot kill it? No way. I thought not. How did you end up back there? Dang, my bot on it. Gotta keep that thing on me. Right. Okie doke. Slap it down. Okay, now we cleared that out. Picked up some more ammo. Knock that away. I hope that's enough ammo to take care of whatever is ahead. Above all, do no harm. J. Stein. Written in blood. Very befitting for one who has entirely lost their way, their chronic oath.
It's disgusting.
And a gurney entirely covered in blood itself. Completely thrives upon it. A mockery of the very footing of the profession of doctor. True. Steinman evidently takes this from a profession wherein the maintenance of what is above all to that which is rather an artistry, to transcend what is in actuality, and to infuse it with as much potentiality as he may. To find, where they may, the contrary qualities and render them as their brush demands. And his brush is a scalpel.
Adam presents new problems for the profession. As your tools improve, so do your standards. There was a time I was happy enough to take off a wart or two, or turn a real circus freak into something you can show in the daylight, but that was then, when we took what we got. Remember, all them machines will short out right proper if you hit them with electrovolts.
Poor little bot. Not much chance there. Let's see. That thing is lethal. So it takes time to let's see. Straight over and over. Actually, rather, let's see what's required. Alright. Not so bad.
Hello, hanger on.
They are not going to be an issue. That is a delight.
We've got standards, even in troubled times.
You think so? Good God. Now, if only they had a few of those just hanging around, I guarantee they wouldn't have had any issues like splicers.
Who is it? Clean it up! Clean it up! Here now! Stop wasting time!
Yikes. Where you at? Heal all you want. I guarantee this will undo whatever you fix. It's interesting that it offers a warning, though.
I am beautiful, yes. Look at me. What could I do to make my features finer? With Adam and my scalpel, I have been transformed. But is there not something better? But if now it is not my skill that fails me, but my imagination.
And I see that my observations
charity. How little they differ from the pervert who prowls the streets looking for a victim he can ravish for his grotesque amusement.
But to what I was saying earlier, very evidently, as he says it himself, Steinman did not look at the practice any longer as even resembling a duty, a necessity, something to be done as a service to mankind, but rather an art form. Well, evidently she had some idea of precisely what I had mentioned earlier, that there must be some sort of guardianship instated by necessity. If you should wish to actually attain any such success, even in the acts of turning something... Oh, wow. All that for a mere $6 off. That even if you are to pursue such attempts at transmuting what is, you must at least know what is. If you should hope to have any success in it, not to become some monstrous mockery of the reason that preceded your advance, of the reason that preceded your advance itself, you must know the reason that precedes. You must know the you must know the genre before you attempt to engage with the species. Lest you merely become another...
None of that regulation stuff always slows things down.
Lest you find yourself becoming beholden ever more steadily to the nature you were attempting to subvert, the chains that you were attempting to pull, make yield to you. And at least someone in Tenenbaum makes that clear. Thus far, at minimum. Oh, that's... Yep. There's that.
Simon, I know medical Pavillion is your matter, but you're
You might want to cogitate on this. Ocean water is colder than a witch's tip. You don't heat the pipes freeze. Pipes freeze, pipes burst. Then Rapture leaks. Now, I realise you're a posh sort of geezer, and frankly, I don't give a toss if you piss or go fishing. But once Rapture starts leaking, the old girl's never going to stop. And then I'll be sure to tell Ryan he's got you to thank.
That actually addresses a point that I had earlier about the pressure of the glass, the structure itself. McDonough recognizes the turpitude, the precarious circumstance that this very structure in and of itself necessitates. And that it seems very few even now bother to think of. Fontaine dandy dentures. Now ain't that a winning crowd?
Andrew Ryan asked a simple question. Are you a man or a slave?
Wow. That's rather bold-faced, isn't it? Surgical savings. Oh yeah, that's what we're after. Obviously, someone's not having a good time I love the winning machine. I really do. I feel like we ought to be going. This is where we came from. Make a choice as to which direction they head. Certainly don't want to miss out on any areas. So I think I'll avoid our immediate goal for the time being. Check out the eternal. Oh! That is an eternal flame! Oh! Yo! Alright. Well, you'll be easy to... Well, you took care of it for me! Elect... And you did it again? I suppose. Is it because I took your coffee? Oh, we can touch back. That's so... Alright. You're starting to become more than you're worth. Okay. And nothing! Oh, come on now. All of that health and that time for naught. What a terrible exchange. Yo, literally actually left a paintbrush here. That's the same fellow from earlier. No way. It's ripped out.
When Picasso became bored of painting people, he started representing them as cubes and other abstract forms. The world called him a genius. I've spent my entire surgical career creating the same tired shapes over and over again. The upturned nose, the cleft chin, the ample bosom. Wouldn't it be wonderful if I could do with a knife what that old Spaniard did with a brush?
If only they ever asked for it. That's a very good point, you know. I don't necessarily consider such work genius. The mere act of recognizing the signs, yes, is valid, is interesting, is worthy of praise. But to then attempt to convey such a thing, such an abstraction, such a realization of the episteme, the sign.
Security cameras. I can hear the infernal things all around you. Ryan's eyes and ears.
The sign into materiality from the form which it ultimately is. That is the not simply moral failing, but material failure as well. Oh, there are no busted pipes here. Couldn't have been at a better time, too. Woo! That's tough. Blood loss? Ah, no. Yeah, those two ought to be able to take care of it. Get him! I'm gonna have to buy some more health packs. And with these things, how in the hell did Rapture ever fall to the state that it did? Wow. What was I saying earlier? Completely lost my track of that. Yes, I believe I was saying, actually. Oh! Okay. I'll have that then. The attempt to recognize the sign in material form, rather than as the sign itself, to attempt to take a substance and transmute it into another substance, and an insufficient fashion, one that is not able to yield a true statement, let alone predicate. That is the ultimate failing of Steinman. That was a hilarious joke, well done. I want to let my last thing take care of the work for me. Incineration. When it absolutely, positively has to erupt in flames. Don't wait. Incinerate. I can get behind that.
Light up foes to 1,000 degrees. Warning, fire spread.
That's rather telling. That the enemy of choice would happen to be a doctor. One moment, I gotta loot this office. Guys? Can you, like, kill them, maybe? Now that's the way to light it up. You're telling me that Andrew Ryan is commanding splicers through pheromones? My man literally has the musk for dusk? I don't buy that for a second. Oh, that's supposed to be nice. There's something smile-inducing about seeing just a little starfish, a little fella, right outside the glass. Even in the misery of such a place, so defiled as it is by our own kind, they yet are able to bring a little joy together. Ah, so this is where the boss were hanging out. I've got everything on this. I'm glad I came here first. That is a mighty large security camera. What does that say? I can't get up there. Hello? Hey. Okay. Where do we go next? I mean, I was just there. Let's see. Let's see. Is this it? Yeah, okay. Is that right? Gatherer's Garden? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Okay. I'm really glad there's not torturous fall damage like that. That's some fascinating architecture, incidentally, to have the entire crematorium enter into a large room with the opportunities for the departed to be properly sighted. Wow, what a statement. The parasite has his eye on Rapture, keep your eye on the parasite. That is the prelude to an absolute totalitarian policy of mass surveillance. One that is not only available in this game, but I would argue very well supported in real-life positions. Something I find rather detestable. And if you're watching me yet still, you probably do as well.
It has been brought to my attention that some citizens have discovered ways to... the vending machines. Should not need to remind each and every citizen of Rapture that free enterprise is the foundation upon which our society has been established. Parasites will be punished.
But that then brings into question, does it not, why precisely they might be taking such goods? Why they might be yet paying for the goods, and even... Me too. And even still... And even still are utilizing the services. Despite. To what end may free enterprise support itself if there is no... well, no one to enterprise to? And even if there may be a good surplus of individuals who are able to be enterprised too, how are they able to ascertain such things to be enterprised in the first place? If not for a population of those who are in possession of the knowledge and function of producing such. And I say that not as some sort of rallying cry for social program or ideology, but rather in recognition of the sheer necessity of not only the executor that foots the capital, but also the producer who takes such capital to produce. I suppose this is the next stage. That doesn't sound good. Hey yo, what up? That must be some unbelievable weight if they're able to shake this entire section through the structure they're stepping on and over through the water to us. I second that. Aesthetics are a moral imperative.
I hate the babies the most. They come out covered in death.
Now that's an interesting position. As I was saying previously, the signs as an imperative, a categoric imperative perhaps even, a universal imperative, deontologic in nature, is a claim that asserts the irreal, what we wish to place into reality, above the real, not in a proceeding fashion, but a preceding fashion. And even from a logic perspective, we understand that denying the antecedent is a fallacy that renders any agreements, statements, predicates, propositions invalid and therefore false.
Why do we have two eyes? Just law that says we must. 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 ears, 2 breasts.
It is not so much then, in my opinion, that the spirit is improper of the pursuit of realizing aesthetic, even in the physical form, but rather the methodology. The fallacy too is real. Simply because something is fallacious does not necessarily render it unactionable. But it is vicious.
You'll have to find some way to get through to surgery and Steinman. Chin up now. The Lord hates a quitter. I can hear that splicer sounding off like it's the 4th of July. Explosives are hard to come by down here. But if you get your hands on one of them telekinesis plasmids, you can catch the damn firebomb and toss it right back in his gob. Or anything else that might be standing in your way.
We should hope. That's handy dandy to have. Beaten by a nose, Steinman's offers a comprehensive rhinoplasty service. I bet he does. See, this thing's been through the ringer. That's not good. There we go. Really worried there for a second. Yeah, it's not gonna go very well for me. Okay. Yes, I will, eh? Now that I think about it, it is worth saying that the circus of values is not simply just a gesture towards the market itself, but also, especially, in the call for coming back with money. That value is not simply subjective. There is an objective element to it, in that where we assign material valuation worth, axes, that is then something that becomes, through the power of subjectivity, something that is actionable. That is the value of axiology. And the circusing of such a thing, the playing upon it as a mere grounds for entertainment, for the practice of consumption. Well, does it defile it? Value as a principle? Perhaps, perhaps not. But it certainly turns it into less of a... But it certainly turns it into a spectacle. There's no getting through here to get anything of theirs, is there? No, definitely not. Oh, hey. Have it. Shoot him. Yeah, you better believe there is. Enjoy them values, buddy boy. Oh, that was a good shot.
Like the torch of destruction. It is this great inversion. Fly just
Oh, no. That's not. Shoot him!
How dare you touch me?
I am absolutely toast here. Yes, very relaxing. It's not a very advantageous position to be in at this point. It's exact moment in time. Whoops. Wait. Aha! Clicked into the floor, where all corpses belong. Now I think is a good place. Something loose. But now is a good place, methinks. You can't even wait for you to see me? Take a quick break, save, have a recess, and then come back and work on the categories. So I will see you all right soon. And here we return again. On to, as vehicles pass by. Yes, I see that we're coming up on 3 hours. I will attempt to get through the book. First and foremost. And then move on to Bioshock, as it is definitely the longer of the two. However, I see that we're at page 16, and given the amount of time that it is taking to get through it, and the explanations, I'm suspecting that we will have enough for a part 2 tomorrow. Anywho, let's get into part 6 then. Part 6. Quantity is either discrete or continuous. Moreover, some quantities are such that each part of the whole has a relative position to the other parts. Others have within them no such relation of part to part. Instances of discrete quantities are number and speech. Of continuous, lines, surfaces, solids, and besides these, time and place. In the case of the parts of a number, there is no common boundary at which they join. For example, 2 5s make 10, but the 2 5s have no common boundary, but are separate. The parts 3 and 7 also do not join at any boundary. Nor, to generalize, would it ever be possible in the case of number that there should be a common boundary among the parts. They are always separate. Number, therefore, is a discrete quantity. The same is true of speech. That speech is a quantity is evident, for it is measured in long and short syllables. I mean here that speech which is vocal. Moreover, it is a discrete quantity, for its parts have no common boundary. There is no common boundary at which the syllables join, but each is separate and distinct from the rest. A line, on the other hand, is a continuous quantity, for it is a line. Cars. A line, on the other hand, is a continuous quantity, for it is possible to find a common boundary at which its parts join. In the case of a line, I might have to start doing streams earlier to beat the traffic. In the case of the line, well, let's start back. A line, on the other hand, is a continuous quantity, for it is possible to find a common boundary at which its parts join. In the case of a line, this common boundary is the point. In the case of the plane, it is the line. For the parts of the plane have also a common boundary. Similarly, you can find a common boundary in the case of the parts of a solid, namely either a line or a plane. Space and time also belong to this class of quantities. Time, past, present, and future, forms a continuous whole. Space, likewise, is a continuous quantity, for the parts of a solid occupy a certain space, and these have a common boundary. It follows that the parts of space also, which are occupied by the parts of the solid, have the same common boundary as the parts of the solid. Thus, not only time, but space also is a continuous quantity, for its parts have a common boundary. Quantities consist either of parts, which bear a relative position each to each, or of parts which do not. The parts of a line bear a relative position to each other, for each lies somewhere, and it would be possible to distinguish each, and to state the position of each on the plane, and to explain to what sort of part among the rest each was contiguous. Similarly, the parts of a plane have position, for it could similarly be stated what was the position of each and what sort of parts were contiguous. The same is true with regard to the solid and to space. But it would be impossible to show that the parts of a number had a relative position each to each, or a particular position, or to state what parts were contiguous. Engines. Nor could this be done in the case of time. For none of the parts of time has an abiding existence, and that which does not abide can hardly have position. It would be better to say that such parts had a relative order, in virtue of one being prior to another. Similarly, with number, in counting 1 is prior to 2, and 2 to 3, and thus the parts of a number may be said to possess a relative order, though it would be impossible to discover any distinct position for each. This holds good also in the case of speech. None of its parts has an abiding existence. When once a syllable is pronounced, it is not possible to retain it, so that, naturally, as the parts do not abide, they cannot have position. Thus, some quantities consist of parts, which have position, and some of those which have not. Strictly speaking, only the things which I have mentioned belong to the category of quantity. Everything else that is called quantitative is a quantity in a secondary sense. It is because we have in mind some one of these quantities, properly so called, that we apply quantitative terms to other things. We speak of what is white as large, because the surface over which the white extends is large. We speak of an action or a process as lengthy, because the time covered is long. These things cannot in their own right claim the quantitative epithet. For instance, should anyone explain how long an action was, his statement would be made in terms of the time taken, to the effect that it lasted a year or something of that sort. In the same way, he would explain the size of a white object in terms of surface, for he would state the area which it covered. Thus, the things already mentioned, and these alone, are in their intrinsic nature quantities. Nothing else can claim the name in its own right, but, if at all, only in a secondary sense. Quantities have no contraries. In the case of definite quantities, this is obvious. Thus, there is nothing that is the contrary of 2 cubits long, or of 3 cubits long, or of a surface, or of any such quantities. A man might indeed argue that much was the contrary of little, and great of small. But these are not quantitative, but relative. Things are not great or small absolutely. They are so called rather as the result of an act of comparison. For instance, a mountain is called small, a grain large, in virtue of the fact that the latter is greater than others of its kind, the former less. Thus there is a reference here to an external standard. For if the terms great and small were used absolutely, a mountain would never be called small or a grain large. Again, we say that there are many people in a village and few in Athens, although those in the city are many times as numerous as those in the village. Or we say that a house has many in it, and a theater few, though those in the theater far outnumber those in the house. The terms 2 cubits long. The terms 2 cubits long. The terms 2 cubits long, 3 cubits long, and so on indicate quantity. The terms great and small indicate relation, for they have reference to an external standard. It is, therefore, plain that these are to be classed as relative. Again, whether we define them as quantitative or not, they have no contraries. For how can there be a contrary of an attribute which is not to be apprehended in or by itself, but only by reference to something external? Again, if great and small are contraries, it will come about that the same object can admit contrary qualities at one and the same time, and that things will themselves be contrary to themselves. For it happens at times that the same thing is both small and great. For the same thing may be small in comparison with one thing, and great in comparison with another, so that the same thing comes to be both small and great at one and the same time, and is of such a nature as to admit contrary qualities at one and the same moment. Yet it was agreed when substances was being discussed that nothing admits contrary qualities at one and the same moment. For though substance is capable of admitting contrary qualities, yet no one is at the same time both sick and healthy. Nothing is at the same time both white and black, nor is there anything which is qualified in contrary ways at one and the same time. Moreover, if these were contraries, they would themselves be contrary to themselves. For if great is the contrary of small, and the same thing is both great and small at the same time, then small or great is the contrary of itself. But this is impossible. The term great, therefore, is not the contrary of the term small, nor much of little. And even though a man should call these terms not relative but quantitative, they would not have contraries. It is in the case of space that quantity most plausibly appears to admit of a contrary. For men define the term above as the contrary of below. When it is the region at the center, they mean by below. For men define the term above as the contrary of below. When it is the region at the center, they mean by below. And this is so, because nothing is farther from the extremities of the universe than the region at the center. Indeed, it seems that in defining contraries of every kind, men have recourse to a spatial metaphor, for they say that those things are contraries which, within the same class, are separated by the greatest possible distance. Quantity does not, it appears, admit of variation in degree. Quantity does not, it appears, admit of variation of degree. One thing cannot be 2 cubits long in a greater degree than another. Similarly, with regard to number, what is 3 is not more truly 3 than what is 5 is 5. Nor is one set of 3 more truly 3 than another set. Again, one period of time is not said to be more truly time than another. Again, one period of time is not said to be more truly time than another. Nor is there any other kind of quantity, of all that have been mentioned, with regards to which variation of degree can be predicated. Nor is there any other kind of quantity, of all that have been mentioned, with regards to which variation of degree can be predicated. The category of quantity, therefore, does not admit of variation of degree. The most distinctive mark of quantity is that equality and inequality are predicated of it. Each of the aforesaid quantities is said to be equal or unequal. For instance, one solid is said to be equal or unequal to another. Number, 2, and time can have these terms applied to them. Indeed, can Indeed can all those kinds of quantity that have been mentioned. That which is not a quantity can by no means, it would seem, be termed equal or unequal to anything else. One particular disposition or one particular quality, such as whiteness, is by no means compared with another in terms of equality and inequality, but rather in terms of similarity. Thus, it is the distinctive mark of quality that it can be called equal and unequal. Thus, it is the distinctive mark of quantity that it can be called equal and unequal. So part 5. So part So part 6 really does give us a lot to chew on here. From the very beginning, we talk about discretion or continuity. The difference between something that is self-containable as numbers, or that which is flowing, that which is fluxing, that which is quantitative not by itself, but only in the contiguity of one to another in succession. A continuity, a circuituity at minimum. And so we come to know... I should perhaps rethink that. And so we come to definitively embed our semantics of such things as quantity, thereupon the discretion or continuity of a thing, a substance, of which is predicable of which is predicable. In that, we have the understanding of not... In that we are also capable of bringing about the... Of that we are also able to bring to bear the realization of relation versus... In that we are also able to bring to bear the understanding of absolute versus relative. Something that is in and of itself discretely apart, a part, or something that only exists in the reference to others. And importantly, that rather than possessing any rather than possessing any contrarieties within them, or degrees, the capacity to measure them by how much a quantity is of. And very important consequent of that there is not only a lack of contrariety available to quantities, but also that there is a lack of degrees that can be said of actual substances, and only that they may be related not by their discretion, but by their relation, if you were to say more or less, higher or lower, increased or decreased. While quantity can be said of such substances, they only allow equal or unequal. Section 2, Part 7. those things are called relative. Those things are called relative, which, being either said to be of something else or related to something else, are explained by reference to that other thing. For instance, the word superior is explained by reference to something else, for it is superiority over something else that it is meant. Similarly, the expression double has this external reference, for it is the double of something else that is meant. So it is with everything else of this kind. There are moreover other relatives, e.g., habit, disposition, perception, knowledge, and attitude. The significance of all of these is explained by a reference to something else and in no other way. Thus, a habit is a habit of something. Knowledge is knowledge of something. Attitude is the attitude of something. So it is with all other relatives that have been mentioned. Those terms, then, are called relative, the nature of which is explained by reference to something else, the preposition of, or some other preposition being used to indicate the relation. Thus, one mountain is called great in comparison with another. For the mountain claims this attribute Thus, one mountain is called great in comparison with another, for the mountain claims this attribute by comparison with something. Again, that which is called similar must be similar to something else, and all other such attributes have this external reference. It is to be noted that lying and standing and sitting are particular attitudes, but attitude is itself a relative term. To lie, to stand, to be seated, are not themselves attitudes, but take their name from the aforesaid attitudes. It is possible for relatives to have contraries. Thus, virtue has a contrary, vice, these both being relatives. Knowledge, too, has a contrary, ignorance. But this is not the mark of all relatives. Double and triple have no contrary, nor indeed has any such term. It also appears that relatives can admit a variation of degree, for like and unlike, equal and unequal, have the modifications more and less applied to them, and each of these is relative in character, for the terms like and unequal bear a reference to something external. Yet again, it is not every relative term that admits a variation of degree. No term such as double admits of this modification. All relatives have correlatives. By the term slave, we mean the slave of a master. By the term master, the master of a slave. By double, the double of its half. By half, the half of its double. By greater, greater than that which is less. By less, less than that which is greater. So it is with every other relative term, but the case we use to express the correlation differs in some instances. Thus, by knowledge we mean knowledge of the knowable. By the knowable we mean that which is to be apprehended by knowledge. By perception, perception of the perceptible. By the perceptible, that which is apprehended by perception. Sometimes, however, reciprocity of correlation does not appear to exist. This comes about when a blunder is made, and that to which the relative is related, is not accurately stated. If a man states that a wing is necessarily relative to a bird, the connection between these two will not be reciprocal, or it will not be possible to say that a bird is a bird by reason of its wings. The reason is is that the original statement was inaccurate, for the wing is not said to be relative to the bird qua bird, since many creatures besides birds have wings, but qua winged creature. If then the statement is made accurate, the connection will be reciprocal, for we can speak of a wing, having reference necessarily to a winged creature, and of a winged creature as being such because of its wings. Occasionally, perhaps, it is necessary to coin words, if no word exists by which a correlation can adequately be explained. If we define a rudder as necessarily having reference to a boat, our definition will not be appropriate, for the rudder does not have this reference to a boat qua boat, as there are boats which have no rudders. Thus we cannot use the terms reciprocally, for the word boat cannot be said to find its explanation in the word rudder. As there is no existing word, our definition would perhaps be more accurate if we coined some word like ruddered as the correlative of rudder. If we express ourselves thus accurately, at any rate the terms are reciprocally connected, for the ruddered thing is ruddered in virtue of its rudder. So it is in all other cases. A head will be more accurately defined as the correlative of that which is headed, than as that of an animal, for the animal does not have a head qua animal, since many animals have no head. Thus we may perhaps most easily comprehend that to which a thing is related, when a name does not exist, if from that which has a name we derive a new name, and apply it to that with which the first is reciprocally connected, as in the aforesaid instances, when we derive the word winged from wing and from rudder. All relatives, then, if properly defined, have a correlative. I add this condition because if that to which they are related is stated as haphazard and not accurately, the two are not found to be interdependent. Let me state what I mean more clearly. Even in the case of acknowledged correlatives, and where names exist for each, there will be no interdependence if one of the two is denoted, not by that name which expresses the correlative notion, but by one of irrelevant significance. The term slave, if defined as related, not to a master, but to a man, the term slave, if defined as related, not as a master, but to a man, or a biped, or anything of that sort, is not reciprocally connected with that in relation to which it is defined, for the statement is not exact. Further, if one thing is said to be correlative with another, the terminology used and the terminology used is correct, then through all irrelevant attributes. Further, if one thing is said to be correlative with another, and the terminology used is correct, then, though all irrelevant attributes should be removed, and only that one attribute left in virtue of which it was correctly stated to be correlative with that other, that stated correlation will still exist. If all irrelevant attributes of the said master, such as if the correlative of the slave is said to be the master, then, though all irrelevant attributes of the said master, such as biped, receptive of knowledge, human, should be removed, and the attribute master alone left. The stated correlation existing between him and the slave will remain the same, for it is of a master that a slave is said to be a slave. For it is of a master that a slave is said to be the slave. On the other hand, if of two correlatives one is not correctly termed, then, when all other attributes are removed, and that alone is left in virtue of which it was stated to be correlative, the stated correlation will be found to have disappeared. For suppose the correlative of the slave should be said to be the man, or the correlative of the wing is the bird. If the attribute master be withdrawn from the man, the correlation between the man and the slave will cease to exist. For if the man is not a master, the slave is not a slave. Similarly, if the attribute winged be withdrawn from the bird, the wing will no longer be relative. For if the so-called correlative is not winged, it follows that the wing has no correlative. Thus it is essential that the correlated terms should be exactly designated. If there is a name existing, the statement will be easy. If not, it is doubtless our duty to construct names. When the terminology is thus correct, it is evident that all correlatives are interdependent. Correlatives are thought to come into existence simultaneously. This is for the most part true, as in the case of the double and the half. The existence of the half necessitates the existence of that which is... The existence of the half necessitates the existence of that which is it. The existence of the half necessitates the existence of that of which it is a half. Similarly, the existence of a master necessitates the existence of a slave, and that of a slave implies that of a master. These are merely instances of a general rule. Moreover, they cancel one another, for if there is no double, it follows that there is no half, and vice versa. This rule also applies to all such correlatives. Yet it does not appear to be true in all cases that correlatives come into existence simultaneously. The object of knowledge would appear to exist before knowledge itself, for it is usually the case that we acquire knowledge of objects already existing. It would be difficult, if not impossible, to find a branch of knowledge the beginning of the existence of which was contemporaneous with that of its object. Again, while the object of knowledge, if it ceases to exist, cancels at the same time the knowledge which was its correlative, the converse of this is not true. It is true that if the object of knowledge does not exist, there can be no knowledge, for there will no longer be anything to know. Yet it is equally true that if knowledge of a certain object does not exist, the object may nevertheless quite well exist. Thus in the case of the squaring of the circle, if indeed that process is an object of knowledge, though it itself exists as an object of knowledge, yet the knowledge of it has not yet come into existence. Again, if all animals cease to exist, there would be no knowledge, but there might yet be many objects of knowledge. This is likewise the case with regard to perception, for the object of perception is, it appears, prior to the act of perception. If the perceptible is annihilated, perception also will cease to exist. But the annihilation of perception does not cancel the existence of the perceptible. For perception implies a body perceived, and a body in which perception takes place. Now, if that which is perceptible is annihilated, it follows that the body is annihilated, for the body is a perceptible thing. And if the body does not exist, it follows that perception also ceases to exist. Thus, the annihilation of the perceptible involves that of perception. But the annihilation of perception does not involve that of the perceptible. For if the animal is annihilated, it follows that perception also is annihilated, but perceptibles such as body, heat, sweetness, bitterness, and so on will remain. Again, perception is generated at the same time as the perceiving subject, for it comes into existence at the same time as the animal. But the perceptible surely exists before perception, for fire and water and such elements, out of which the animal is itself composed, exist before the animal is an animal at all, and before perception. Thus it would seem that the perceptible exists before perception. It may be questioned whether it is true that no substance is relative, as seems to be the case, or whether exception is to be made in the case of certain secondary substances. With regard to primary substances, it is quite true that there is no such possibility, for neither wholes nor parts of primary substances are relative. The individual man or ox is not defined with reference to something external. Similarly, with the parts, a particular hand or head is not defined as a particular hand or head of a particular person, but as the hand or head of a particular person. Similarly, with the parts, a particular hand or head is not defined as a particular hand or head of a person, but as the hand or head of a particular person. It is true also, for the most part at least, in the case of secondary substances. The species, man, and the species, ox, are not defined with reference to anything outside themselves. Wood, again, is only relative insofar as it is someone's property, not insofar as it is wood. It is plain, then, that in the cases mentioned, substance is not relative. But with regard to some secondary substances, there is a difference of opinion. Thus, such terms as head and hand are defined with reference to that of which the things indicated are a part, and so it comes about that these appear to have a relative character. Indeed, if our definition of that which is relative was complete, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to prove that no substance is relative. If, however, our definition was not complete, if those things only are properly called relative in the case of which relation to an external object is a necessary condition of existence, perhaps some explanation of the dilemma may be found. The former definition does indeed apply to all relatives, but the fact that a thing is explained with reference to something else does not make it essentially relative. From this, it is plain that if a man definitely apprehends a relative thing, he will also definitely apprehend that to which it is relative. Indeed, this is self-evident, for if a man knows that some particular thing is relative, assuming that we call that a relative in the case of which relation to something is a necessary condition of existence, he knows that also to which it is related. For if he does not know at all to which it is related, he will not know whether or not it is relative. This is clear, moreover, in particular instances. If a man knows definitely that such and such a thing is double, he will also forthwith know definitely that of which it is the double. For if there is nothing definite of which he knows it to be the double, he does not know at all that it is double. Again, if he knows that a thing is more beautiful, it follows necessarily that he will forthwith definitely know that also than which it is more beautiful. He will not merely know indefinitely that it is more beautiful than something which is less beautiful, for this would be supposition, not knowledge. Or if he does not know definitely that than which it is more beautiful, he can no longer claim to know definitely that it is more beautiful than something else which is less beautiful. Or it might be nothing was less beautiful. Or it might be that nothing was less beautiful. It is therefore evident that if a man apprehends some relative thing definitely, he necessarily knows that also definitely to which it is related. Now the head, the hand, and such things are substances, and it is possible to know their essential character definitely, but it does not necessarily follow that we should know that to which they are related. It is not possible to know forthwith whose head or hand is meant. Thus, these are not relatives, and, this being the case, it would be true to say that no substance is relative in character. It is perhaps a difficult matter, in such cases, to make a positive statement without more exhaustive examination, but to have raised questions with regard to details is not without advantage. And so much as the chapters before it, and so much as the parts before it, Part 8 really gives us a lot to think about here. It states, in part, of course, some details about habit and disposition and the like. And so Part 7 gives us a lot to think about, much as the last part before it. It gives us the recognition that there are essences as substance, and yet that we recognize the prepositionality of things, of said essences, of said substances, whether they be primary or secondary. That we recognize that it is knowable and perceptible that there is a placeability betwixt what is. And furthermore, that they necessarily must have some reciprocity, that there is, in order to relate something that it must be compared against or to, something that it is being prepositioned about. And only therethrough are we able to understand the relations of parts, wholes, sets, and elements, as there are things which are relative, not essences that are relative in and of themselves, but substances which possess essences, which may be co-related, and therethrough interdependent, insofar as we describe or define those relationships. But now we are coming up on hour 4, sitting at 3:37. I think that we have gotten a good bit of the categories done on page 26 of 55, of which a few are, of course, not the body itself. So we will come back over to the last stretch until about 4 hours have passed in Bioshock. let's see. Okay, it is gathering the sound. Very good. Let's then carry on. Stuck in a tough position as we were. That's our buddy. Forgot we had one of those. That's not a good shoot. Goodness, we found some bandages. What? Oh, no, that's not good. What was that? Oh! Still there, apparently. And I guess that's secure. Can I get you to plant a knock in the wall so I can shoot you? Looks like it. Let's run. Ooh, okay. Boy, howdy, am I glad that there are no bits and bobs to harry us up here. Okay. Let's see, actually. Out. And done. Should be a good little bolt hole to come back to in case we get, sail.
Clean this place up. Scrub it down. Crawling.
A sail. Oh, no.
Doctor. Nurse, help me find this patient. Nurse. No time for distractions.
Better get out of here before I get blown up. Alright. Shoot him! Rockets! Away! Get him! Did you get him?
Got him!
No, did not get him. Come on! Come out here. Down to almost no health again. Brutal. There you go. Now that's what I'm talking about. I think he's dead. Cool. If only I could have got some healing out of you. I'm wounded. You don't say. Never would have guessed. That's a light over there. I'm gonna save here because if I trip that camera, I am in the bone zone. Very cool. That should be very Ooh, safe. Wow. Oh, shit. That's not good. Yeah. We'll give it one more. Come on. No! Look at it. Fake. All right. What do we got here? Ooh. That was worth it. Absolutely. And that is right on cue. Desperately.
Clinical trial lot 44, Dr. Suchong, client Fontaine Futuristic. Subject is a white man, one Roland Wallace. Can you hear me, Mr. Wallace? Yes, sir.
Now that is a close shave.
I'm introducing lot 44 now. We've codenamed the lot 44 Enrage because of its tendency to... Nurse? Nurse!
Oh. Wow, that's actually some really good environmental work. They had a cylinder here that I just picked up that had 5 rounds in it proper. 5 pistol rounds. And 1 corpse. Okay. Wait a minute. Alright. Where are my tonics? I ought to be able to take a look at those, I would think. I suppose not. Okay. I guess I have to pick my plasmids, or my tonics whenever I can get them then. It's good to finally see from this side. I'm mighty glad though. Oh! I agree. Bingo. Bongo. Fuck your life. Something nice for that, security camera to summon some bots. Come soak up some damage for me. Ooh. I see it. I believe it. Can I receive it? No, I guess not. I see something. Wunderbar. Oh, that's what I was worried about. Where you at?
Don't you disrespect me!
I'll do worse than that. Oh no! Ah. Not a full chamber. Try me. I think that calls for a save. Again! Flashlight! Would have been handy! But I guess, you know, it is what it is.
The German prison camp, they put me to work on genetic experiments on other prisoners. They call me das Wunderkind, the Wunderchild. Germans. All they can talk about is blue eyes and the shape of forehead. All I care about is born strong and that one weak. This one smart, that one stupid. All that killing. You think the Germans could have been interested in something useful?
Honestly. For all of the scientific advancement that was obtained out of that regime, one would think that they would have at least the most minute intrigue that is put to practice. At least for the purpose of improving their own kind. Yikes. Put you out of commission. I see we're looping back around. Here already. Awfully small place for one called Cure-All. Imagine intended to be a clinic. Oh boy! I sure do love twisted teeth. No better beverage out there in the world. That's a lovely door. Come back down. It does. I've always been one for sliding panels and the sort. But especially having doorways and such. One of the things that I intend on doing as I build out more and more environments and determine architectural styles for the various species that I plan on building out. Sliding architecture like this, more than simply doors and windows, will be a massive part, you better believe.
Plasmid proceeding well. Lifting objects at distance presents no problem. Moving objects to space, no problem. Cannot stop speeding bullet, but can catch and throw faster moving object. Problem not with plasmid. Problem with reaction time. Stujon, just get an idea for plasmid.
Definitely need both of these for now. Well, I think we're done with Incinerator for now.
Throw objects at foes.
even catch grenades and throw them back.
Evolve today, they said. What a statement. Does that deal damage if you get hit? I gotta know. Nope. But it does shunt you. I love that. Let's do it again. Bet you I can. I bet you. Alright, here we go. Now that's Din Din. Speaking of. We got. Ooh, stashing your dollars up there, eh? That's a ballsy move. Electric bug. Makeshift wall? Hell, I guess it was a turret. It's a turret at some point.
Damn it, someone get the nurse.
I think they need more than a nurse, my friend.
A man's entitled to a few mistakes.
The darling is over. You know what they do to vagrants in Rapture? They hang them.
That's so. I haven't mentioned it since Pac-Man World, though especially put on display here. Even with my fears earlier, this being on hard mode, of running out of health and having some trouble with surviving some more intense conflicts, even then, they have managed to get their pacing done expertly, in that, as I go through, they have just enough pickups to sustain me all throughout. That's good work. While I was talking about that, I think I've discovered something about the level design itself. I don't think there's any glass here. Well, you know, a transparent layer that they put on for the appearance of glass, and I think I've just confirmed it down here. They simply have a wall of a filter that goes out into the greater area in order to deliver the visible effect as though there were a piece of glass. And I know for a fact that it is a genuine three-dimensional world. When I say that, I'm closer. Aha. They might well have tricked me. I think now, rather, taking a closer look at it, that is a pre-rendered skybox out there that I'm looking at. You can see with the subtle details of the artifacting and how the edges are preserved through the filter, as well as the radius around the pistol, that those don't look like 3D models, probably in order to make this run easier on console, as well as preserve resources on PC. And with the model poking through of the pistol, that's a skybox out there, and I know for a fact this is just a filter. Well done. Well done, I say. They even have proper aberration horizontally, rather than just vertically, as you would anticipate through the movement of the pane. It sort of curls around. Well done indeed. Alright, I think we'll get through one more area here, and then we'll call it. Can't go through there. Painless dental. Ah yes, this is where I almost got my head lopped out. Yep. Okay. Guess I gotta hop through there then. Where do I get that key from? Wish I had a grenade. Won't be able to hack it. That's for sure. I'm out here. Guess I will go through. Oh no! Alright, come on then.
Why are you dragging out your treatment?
Chewing through. Through the wall? Come on, man. That's not fair. Alright. Oh, that would explain why they're more effective recently. Go with the regulars for now. Don't have any big baddies to worry about. No grenades! Some of them. Misery.
Andrew Ryan asked, question, are you a man or a slave?
Because I guess this is the right route to go. Come on then. Ah, I see. Throw it. Catch. Yeah. Alright, cool. That. They got me. Well done. Expect that thing to come honestly, given the general critique of society on such a visceral ground in its frivolities and whimsy unto things that are incontestably actual, along with the blatant irrationality of such pursuits. I am surprised that this ever was able to get released. Perhaps they were too subtle for any who would have actually opposed it. Yikes. You're getting torn a new one. Get out there and shoot! Did you get it? I'm gonna assume so. Ryan Industries introduces the latest in wartime deterrent genetics. Yo! And talk about critique! Static discharge makes you a walking Tesla coil, zapping anything and everything foolish enough to strike you. Feel safe, be safe with static discharge. An outright joke at the notion of deterrence. I don't know who specifically was writing these, and that one in particular, but they clearly had their heads screwed on straight. This feels like a trap. I feel bad kind of moving through this place as quickly as I am. They evidently put a tremendous amount of work into every single inch of this. Tending to show. One more string. There we are. Alright. Given that this area is so large, we'll encounter some position on our way out. My gamer sensors are activated, and they're telling me Steinman is obviously losing his ever-loving mind. Man has not got the chill. Alright. What are we doing? Ammo and health. It's a bounty unhappy. To characterize his ideal, however, as Aphrodite, has a lot of implication behind it. The sheer dedication that he has accommodated is condoning unto the raw pursuit of aesthetic, of his ideal form over any amount of function, let alone ethic, which he dispenses with outright. It is daimonic. If you're unfamiliar...
What's this, guys? An intruder! He's ugly! 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 Ah!
That is properly iconic. I respect that. I respect that to no end. But to what I was saying, daimonia, daimonic, as you may be more familiar with the phrase, well represented in Steinman. The possession by a passion, by something that exists only in the world of forms. What I wouldn't do for a grenade. Man, he's a tough one. I'm just too far away for this weapon. Either one.
Look in a mirror! Look in a mirror!
Too busy looking into your eyes, my man. I'm gonna need some help here. Should have done this earlier. That ought to do it. Gotta get behind him next time, bro. Yep, was not paying attention, Mikey. You better have some medical supplies in here. I'm in need. Oh. Guess that counts. And in the middle of an intense battle, what better? Shh. Yeah, I'm gonna get shot. Just need the one. There we are. Okay. Everything that was strictly required for this one. Hallelujah. Amen. Now, I bet he hasn't healed. Been up to all that monkey business. Going to. Aha! Go. Yeah. Of all the times and places, it would probably be a good idea to go slow around. That was it. At least to put one properly into the chamber before we call it all topped up. Come on, baby! That's exactly what was called for. That was exactly what the doctor ordered. Alright.
It was time somebody took care of that sick bastard. Make sure you get the key off Steinman. Head back to emergency access.
Ah.
I'm working my way to the backside of Port Neptune myself. We'll get there soon enough.
Whatever you say, Atlas. Having seen the full extent of Steinman, we can understand perhaps why so many societies had taken note of such phenomena as diamond, an utter possession by an intangible passion. Possession of one's entire self, subservience. As put best in this here. Adam denies us any excuse for not being beautiful. Adam denies us any excuse for not being beautiful. The sheer power of passion. Oh, cool. You're on my side, right? And I'm glad that I, liked. Faced it. Indeed. Me, unsanitary. I'm inclined to agree. Good call.
I'll not have him hurt my little ones.
It's okay, lad. It's not a child. Not anymore, Elaine. Dr. Tenenbaum saw to that.
Bitte, do not hurt her. Have you...
Aye, that's a pretty sermon coming from the guru. Cooked up them creatures in the first place. Took fine little girls and turned them into that, didn't you? Listen to me, Boyle. You won't survive without the antidotes. Things are carrying. Are you prepared to trade your life
another way. Use this. Free them from their torment. I will make it to be worth your while. Somehow.
You know, a lot of people, as I understand it, found this decision, choose whether to rescue the little sister or harvest her. If you harvest her, you get maximum atom to spin on plasmids, but she will not survive the process. If you rescue her, you get less atom, but Tenenbaum has promised to make it worth your while. So she has. But I understand this to be one of the earliest serious moral questions most are delivered onto. A serious moral dilemma. And I tell you, given the options presented, not only the fact that there is a real ability to survive without, but also the implication that it's justified merely on the basis of dehumanization. That's not sufficient to make a case that they are merely a tool to be used, a mere means. So I've always thought it's time to rescue. Simple as.
Thank you.
And made all the more clear that you can, in fact, return their humanity.
Tenenbaum's playing you for a sap. Those things may look like wee little girls, but looks don't make it so. You need all the atom you can get to survive.
He's right.
If you cross paths with another of them scanner machines, make sure you pick up a new plasmid or two. That's if the price ain't too dear, of course.
He's right. It's not mere looks that makes an individual human. It's the capacity to reason. We are, above all, the rational animal. And though that might be taken as something rather contentious, I don't think it is warranted. So, in order to define something, it must have the appropriate context. And if there is an animal that is able to be predicated as rational, that is to say that it possesses the potentiality as an essence of it, and that I think is what Atlas thinks.
Not only are those little girls veritable atom factories, they're nearly indestructible. They regenerate any wounded flesh with stem versions of the dead cells. But their relationship with the implanted slugs is symbiotic. If you harvest the slug, the host will die. So you see, it's not like killing, as Tom said. It's more like removing a terminal patient from life support.
That makes it all better. I'll take that, most definitely. And I think this brings us swiftly to the end of this level, which is about where we said we would head off. As soon as we get through the medical pavilion, I think that's what we'll call it.
You're ready now. Time to take on one of them big daddies. It won't be easy, but it's the only way to get to little sisters and the atom they carry.
That's not impossible. Alright, let's save and give it a shot. That's harsh. Glad that works on them. Ah! Alright, let's reload there. Because, I definitely need the armor piercers. I did not have those equipped. Let's see. Okay. That's cool. That is doing damage. Well, if ever there was a justified time for the extra strong, I think now's it. Ah, come on. Extra. I guarantee they keep their... Well, I'm not walking all the way back, I tell you that much. Gotta work on it. Oop. Adam, please. Eve, anyway. What is that was popping off? Where to go right now? Where to go? B. And I almost got him. All right. Okay. Yep, sorry, little girl. Simba. Alright.
Thank you, mister.
Nope.
Thank you.
Now, if only I could get some ammo back out of them. Ow. Oh.
Time for a nap, sweet angel.
I'll tell you what. I appreciate that as we progress through the game, they still manage to make it interesting and worthwhile to come back through these places because they add in new encounters like the big bosses, like the big daddies. They not only give us something interesting to observe, but also something that has some tangible connection, some real relation to the environment proper. not only does it give us more opportunity to stop and examine what we're... Not only does it give us more opportunity to stop and examine everything that has been meticulously plotted forth in the architecture and design, but it also gives us the chance to learn something more. I believe it.
No way, Jim. It's not safe. Haven't you heard? Atlas's bandits are everywhere.
Hold on a second there. Remember what Andrew Ryan says. If you do that, the bandits win. Take your family to Fort Frolic and Arcadia. Go out and shop. It's the Rapture way of life.
To exactly compound what I was saying, even as we are backtracking through the very levels we just obliterated, ran straight through, we are given little details like the fact that Atlas is apparently something of a bandit leader. We would have had no understanding of that heretofore.
I promise to do no harm.
Even as we come to question.
Question my judgment.
I do! Even as we come to question what his role in all of this is. Who and why. Ah! Never any grenades on you, kind. Detestable.
I don't know how you managed it, but you did. Come through to Port Neptune now. I'm looking forward to shaking your hand.
No, I bet you are. Glad I recall this little spot. It'll take us someplace. But best to check through here anyway. I think we've been. Yes, we have. Very good. Okay. So once we hit this bathysphere, get through the scene that I'm sure is to follow, we will call it a day, everyone. Here we go. Neptune's bounty. There's something that hits quite right. The well-embossed leather, especially in such a rich indigo. I'm glad it even saved it for me. Okay, so before we get done with all of this then, rather get into the rest of the level, and therefore the rest of the game next week, we have read the first half of Aristotle's The Categories, and we have just gotten through the medical pavilion of Bioshock. Now, this is a game I think that I probably will take the time to finish if there's enough interest in it, and I know that I'm definitely interested in it because not only is it a wondrous spectacle, but also it has delivered us some very, very interesting commentary, not only on the nature of economy, but also daimonia, not necessarily in the good sense, not eudaimonia per se, but definitely daimonia nonetheless. And the Categories has given us a great deal of very, very clear delineation about not only the epistemic, but also ontologic bases of metaphysic in and of itself, and therethrough the capacity for rational grasp, certainty, and definition in its entirety. We have had quite the wondrous bouquet, alongside the most mischievous and deviant. And in that, I thank you all for attending and watching, those that have and those that will, here at the Threefold Manifold. But with that all being said, we have all manner of ways, if you did find yourself enjoying the content, to indeed get more content, and in fact, maybe even contribute to it, maybe even participate in it in a way, whether it is direct or indirect. If you're looking for a direct way, you can always check out our social media. As I say, we have just recently begun to expand into TikTok and BitChute, but there's also Discord, an entire server, the Threefold Edifactory, where I hope to build a community of people who are like-minded as myself, and who have a real appreciation not just for aesthetic, but also for everything that there is to be gleaned insofar as universals from the particulars of media, of the creations of humanity proper. If you find that you might want to do so otherwise, we also have X or Twitter, depending on what you prefer to call it, and Instagram. Outside of that, I always have my own personal account through which you can contact me on Discord or the email if you have other business matters to attend to. But nonetheless, for something that is more indirect, you can always check out Stream Elements as linked below. It will allow you to give us a tip. That's one time. And if you want something that's a little bit more subscriptive, there is Patreon, which is something that not only gives you the opportunity to give a little back, but also get something further in return. You'll be able to have things like ad-free readings, ad-free viewing of all material that we put out here. Your name in the credits of every single piece of content for which you were a member in the duration of the creation there, of which you were a member while the things were being produced, and ultimately the opportunity to have help me keep the lights on, and hopefully maybe make this into something a little bit more permanent insofar as employment in the future. If you want to give us a little bit more, that starts at, of course, $5. We have the Exponent tier of Patreon, where that was the proponent, where you can get a number of other goodies in addition to all of the workshop files that go into the productions that we have here at the Threefold Manifold. And if you really, really, really appreciate all of the content here and want something even more significant, we have the $20 tier of Ultraponent, by which you can start to discuss advertisements and placements of whatever you might be working on yourself or wish to promote here, be it your own works or maybe even a charity, at the midpoint or maybe even the very beginning of a video. What have you. I thank you all for attending today's works of Aristotelian Shock. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, and I bid that you never miss your opportunities.